Live with the start of round 2 here at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Our second round getting started, 6 games to close out qualifying. Had 6 games earlier today and 6 more games to wrap things up until we know the top 16 who will advance into match play, which will take place tomorrow. Right here live on Bold TV on Extra Frame. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us this evening for our final round of match, or final round of qualifying. We hope that you will join us tomorrow as we will go to round robin match play starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time here on Bold TV on Extra Frame. We've got standings after the first round, everything available at pwba.com/live. pwba.com/live is where you can find all of the live scoring, a link to Extra Frame, as well as the results. So after 6 games today, Christina Wendell of Kingston, New York is your leader at 14-14, which is plus 214, an average of better than 235 a game. Jackie Carbonetto sits in second at plus 158. You've got Samantha Shaden at plus 137. 4th place, Anne-Marie Dugan, Edmond, Oklahoma, plus 121. 5th place, Rocio Restrepo. 6th place, Missy Parkin at plus 100. Rocio at plus 111, by the way. Natalie Cortez at plus 98. Tania Falbo plus 97. Stephanie Johnson sitting in 9th place at plus 93. Megan Kelly, 10th place, plus 92. Kimberly Power, 11th at plus 87. Nicole Hiraoka at plus 77 in 12th place. 13th place, Brianna Caldwell, plus 75. 14th place, Robin Renslow, plus 71. And a tie for 15th place, Deandra Asbaty at plus 70. Marcia Klimpkin also at plus 70. And just outside the number is Kayla Bandy at plus 69. But we still have 6 games to go. We are bowling on fresh now. Had a re-oil during that break, so everything starting over again here for another 6-game block that will take about 4.5 hours to bowl. So probably looking at about 9:30 Pacific time this evening until we know who has advanced into match play for tomorrow. So if you're just joining us, this is game number 7 overall. Well, 12 games of qualifying today. Cut to the top 16. Don't forget, we do have live scoring available at PWBA.com/live. PWBA.com/live. If you'd like to check out the live scoring, you can see the frame by frame for any pair in the house. And I know it only gives initials, but if you look at the top line, when the players are up on their lane, it will show their full name. Match play gets underway tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That'd be noon Eastern time, and will take about 8 hours or so. There's a break in between the two 8-game blocks tomorrow. And then at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, we will have the stepladder finals tomorrow night. We hope you'll join us for that. For those wondering what pattern we're bowling on, it is a 44-foot sport pattern. It's the Storm Sacramento Open pattern is what we're calling it. It's not any sort of a named pattern. And 44 feet. Pattern that it most closely resembles would be London from the World Bowling Bank of Patterns. But a pretty challenging pattern here so far, as the cut number is sitting at 211.67 coming into this game. We're cutting to the top 16 after this round. Pretty much anything six boarded right or six boarded left on the left side is out of bounds. We saw some pretty good scores towards the end of that last block, as things opened up a little bit. So we should see that again in this round as well, depending on how things go. Shannon Plahowski up on lane 12. Throws a double. Just tuning in, Christina Wendell is your leader after 6 games at plus 214. That is a 235.67 average. Jackie Carbonetto is second at plus 158. And 16th place is a tie at plus 70. Five more games to go after this one. Top 32 players will earn a check this week. Top 16 will make match play. Wrapping up game one here in the second round. Live at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes in Sacramento, California. Not too often we make it out here to the far west coast in California. There are a lot of tournaments in Nevada, but California, a rare treat to get to visit and have a tournament in. So far, it's been a great tournament. The staff here has done a great job. The volunteers have been great. And I think everybody's really enjoying the tournament so far. Got a lot of spectator support as well. Got a full house all day long here at Steve Cook's Fireside Lanes. Local bowlers and fans really coming out in large numbers to support their favorite athletes. Fully expect a packed house tomorrow night for the stepladder finals. Terrace Ruffner, another strike. 6 in a row for her. So game number 1 wrapped up. Game number 2 about to get started here. So I see some of the bowlers on 11 and 12 already making their way in for the second game. Looks like we'll have Deandra Asbaty on 11 and 12. I know she's got a lot of fans out there. Nice story in the Lincoln, Nebraska newspaper about Deandra today. We posted that on our PWBA Facebook and Twitter earlier today. Deandra, of course, a former Nebraska bowler. I still follow her career in Lincoln. I peeked over, Deandra had 223 her first game. So a good start for Deandra here in round 2. Try to trick the old guy. I see how it is.
Sorry. Yes.
You're watching the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open on Bold TV on Extra Frame. Just got an update on the standings after 7 games. Christina Wendell still in the lead, had 252 her first game, and sits at plus 266. Jackie Carbonetto, second place, plus 164. Samantha Shaden is third at plus 127. Tania Falbo, fourth place, plus 118. We've got a tie for fifth. Missy Parkin and Anne-Marie Dugan at plus 103. Seventh place, also a tie, Nicole Hiraoka at plus 102, along with Natalie Cortez. Ninth place, Stephanie Johnson, plus 95. 10th place, Rocio Restrepo, plus 94. Deandra Asbaty, who's on our featured pairs for this 8th game, is sitting in 11th place at plus 93. 12th place, Kimberly Power, plus 92. Brianna Caldwell, also on the featured pairs right now, at plus 88. Megan Kelly, plus 85. Kayla Bandy, plus 71. And Marcia Klumpkin rounds out the top 16 at plus 70 with 5 games to go in the standings. Lindsay Boomershine is the first player out of the cut line at plus 65. And Jason Thomas is here with us now. Hi, Jason. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
It's been an exciting start to the PWBA Tour. Even though we kind of started at the Queens, it's a little different since the Queens is an annual event. This is the kind of the official relaunch of the tour here with our first standard event in more than 12 years. Jason, you're the director of operations for this big shebang here. So what are your impressions so far here in Sacramento?
Well, you know, you're always going to want to say positive things, but I really don't think we could have picked a better place to start the tour segment of the PWBA Tour. You know, like you said, the Queens was the kickoff of the PWBA, but this is really the kickoff of the tour, and the tour is going to go every week. And like I mentioned earlier in my comments, I don't think we could have come to a better place to kick it off. The Pro-Am's going to be full tonight. The field is obviously full here. We had to open up the field to additional 16 spots. Everything looks great. The place is packed. It's almost impossible to navigate from one end of the center to the other.
It is very packed in here.
And then it's going to get even more packed in a little while because we're going to have all the Pro-Am bowlers coming in for the Pro-Am squad tonight. So it's just really couldn't be a better start to the PWBA Tour.
Yeah, the hosts here have been great. The volunteers, staff, everybody's been really welcoming, and I really hope that that's what we have to look forward to for the rest of the tour, because if so, then it's going to be a great 10 weeks or so for these ladies out here on tour. I know that most importantly, they were very excited to get out here, get on the lanes, and really chase that dream. For some of them, continue the dream that they started many years ago, and for some of them, a lot of them, to start it off from scratch.
Yeah. That's. I talked to Steve Cook when we were doing the schedule, and that was why he wanted to do this. He said this is a chance for these ladies to have their dreams come true, and he wanted to be a part of it. And he said, I wouldn't mind kicking it off for you guys. So everyone owes him a big round of thanks for putting this event on. And then his team here has done a fantastic job promoting it locally, getting people out to the event, getting the local players who in a lot of cases aren't members to come and participate in the tournament. Jack Thomas is the manager here, and has done a fantastic job of coordinating everything. And then Brian Williams has also been helping out with all those details as well. And it just, like I said, it couldn't have really gone any better than it's gone so far.
I need to talk to them because I do have one major complaint so far this week.
What's that?
My setup here with the live streaming booth is directly in front of the snack bar.
Oh.
And they keep baking cookies. And it's driving me mad because they smell so good. I've resisted the urge to get a cookie.
It's not really a complaint.
No, it's not. But if you ask my fiance, she'll say it. I should stay away from the cookies. But yeah, it's been a great start. You're right. We couldn't have found a better place to start things off. And we've got a long ways to go. This is just the first of a 10-week stretch that's going to end with the Tour Championship in Arlington in September. And once again, you can find all the information on the schedule at pwba.com.
Yeah, someone here this week's going to win and get a spot in that Tour Championship, assuming they're a member.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So
we do have a lot of non-members bowling. We've got a field of 80, and I would guess that probably a little more than half are members. I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, it's a little more than half. I think we're going to see that quite a bit on the tour this year. We obviously just started it this year, so we're building our membership numbers up. But a lot of the ladies who you're going to see bowling in these local markets are going to be guests, and we want to make the experience as good for them as possible so that they join the PWBA and become members for life.
And I've been looking at our entry counts moving forward, and they're getting up there. Almost sold out Lubbock. We've got a lot of other events that are really full, and it's nice to see how the women have embraced the events and are supporting it. I think that with the tour being gone for 12 years, they really are anxious, chomping at the bit to get back out here. And I think that the ladies want to show that they will support it so that it has more of a future and it can continue for years. And they know that if they don't support it, it's going to be hard for it to continue. And so far, you couldn't have asked for better in terms of entries. I mean, we had a waiting list for this event that was probably a page deep, I think, by the time. 20 plus
folks were on the waiting list. And you're right. I mean, I think part of it is that the timing was right when we decided to bring this back, because we knew there was going to be a lot of demand because of the demand that you see in the collegiate events and the junior gold events and all the way up the competitive ladder. There was a big gap missing in that ladder at the top, which was this. And so by bringing it back, we're really able to capitalize on that demand. And hopefully this just catapults us into some really great momentum going into next year and the years to come.
And it's been exciting to watch so far, and it's just qualifying now, but it's just nice to be able to see this again, and it'll be nice to see it on a regular basis, because these ladies deserve a place to showcase their talents, and it's great that we're able to bring it back. And we have to say thank you to all of our product registered companies that have helped to do this. The major ones on the ball side are 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Hammer, Roto Grip, and Storm. And then just a whole bunch more on the accessories and the apparel, and really a lot of people have come on board to support this tour, and I'm sure that that's got to be encouraging for you, Jason. You've worked hard to get the companies on board, and it's nice that they're showing their support for the tour.
Yeah, it's beyond nice. I mean, it's exciting to have all the support that we've had. Obviously, you can't do things like this without great sponsors, and a special thanks goes out to Storm for sponsoring this week's event. A lot of people were concerned that because Sacramento being where it is on the map, kind of out of the way, that it was going to be tough to get entries, but Storm stepped up, added money to the prize fund, and it's really helped. I really think it's, like I said, catapulted, the level of interest for the rest of the tour. So it just couldn't have worked out better the way it was planned to be here, and then Storm stepping up and helping out with the prize funds, and then the ladies showing up to compete. It's going. I wish I could say that this was the plan, but it's worked out incredibly well. So we'll take it.
And and I should mention, and we probably should do a better job of mentioning it, there are two major backers of this tour, the USBC and the BPAA, because without those two organizations, none of this happens. And so, you really have to give a lot of thanks to Chad Murphy and Frank DeSocio for showing some support for this tour and making it happen. And
yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing there is just kind of the discipline of, always wanting to do it. We've heard Chad talk about, him and Frank had talked about this for a long time, and just having the discipline to know when the demand was there to bring it back. And I think right now, judging by the entries that we've got and the interest from the fans, the demand couldn't be any higher. So bringing it back right now is the right time. And, all we have to do now is just make sure the experience is good for the bowlers, the fans, the sponsors. And I think this thing can go for quite some time.
And listen, you don't have to look much further than Bowl TV on a regular basis over the last few years to see that college bowling on the women's side is the talent level is increasing dramatically every year, and you've got a lot of those players who are graduating college bowling at what was the highest level possible, and they were craving the next level to compete at, and we see a lot of young players out here who are really excited to have the opportunity. Mariana Ayala is one of them from Puerto Rico. Went to Wichita State. We've got Cassandra Luthold, who went to Nebraska. Brianna Caldwell, who bowled at Central Missouri. These are all ladies who bowled great in college. Now they are able to make that next step. And as Chad Murphy always says, one of the main reasons why USBC is involved on their side is because the PWBA Tour creates a future for the sport for our youngest athletes. You may not think about it, but a 7-year-old girl, an 8-year-old girl bowling league back home, now they've got something to work toward. They can say, hey, I want to be, the next Brianna Caldwell or the next Cassandra Luthold, and come out here and bowl on tour. And that's an important thing to keeping our young bowlers engaged and active in the sport.
Absolutely. And, we had a really nice opening ceremony this morning where we had Betty Morris, Missy Parkin, and then a young 8-year-old girl from the area throw out the first ball, representing obviously the past, the present, and the future. So that's what it's all about. You gotta have something to aspire to, and this is what this is.
Yeah, and our youth bowler who threw out the first ball this morning, she's been sitting back behind me selling brownies to support their youth program all day.
Nice.
So,
have you eaten any?
No comment.
No. Okay.
But I did support the youth program. Let me put it that way.
I did support the youth program. Good for you.
But yeah, it's nice to be able to have the tour back, and a lot of those young ladies are going to get the chance to bowl with their favorite bowlers in the Pro-Am each week. So that's an important thing too, because I as when I was a kid, and when my brothers were kids, we would go and bowl Pro-Ams for the the PBA or the senior PBA tour, and those are memories that last a long time and last a lifetime, and it can be very important for a young developing player, and to inspire them to continue in the game. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun ride, and we're really looking forward to it. And this is just the start.
Yeah.
But I would say that on just about every level so far, everything has probably exceeded our expectations in terms of membership, entries, fan support this week. I didn't know how many people were going to show up to watch qualifying today. I really didn't have any idea that it would be this many people.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a good thing it wasn't more than this, because we'd have to turn people
I'm afraid
away.
what it's going to be like tomorrow for the stepladder finals. It's going to be nuts in here.
Yeah. And then, just to talk about the bowling a little bit, I mean, we've got a professional condition out there, 44 feet. The scores aren't through the roof. They're
they're
tough,
not easy.
But, you can score 211 average to make the cut right now at this point.
I think the way I put it throughout the day is that it's a very moderate scoring pattern. It's not easy. It's not super hard. It's kind of in the middle.
Right.
In terms of a sport pattern, a 238 is what's leading, but she's leading by 15 pins a game.
Right.
So that's kind of an anomaly. It's, she's above the number there. And 210, 16th place, very reasonable score, and very attainable. And then 32 players are going to get a check today.
Yeah, and the
that number's
spread,
only at +6.
The spread too from first to 16th isn't ridiculous. That's like 196 pins. With those 30 bonus pins in 16 games tomorrow, we could see a ton of movement on the leaderboard. It wouldn't be impossible for that person who's in 16th to end up leading the tournament.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got a lot of games tomorrow, 16 games of round-robin match play, and really nobody's out of it. If you advance from qualifying in 16th position, certainly you'd have a chance to make it into the top 4 for the stepladder. We are in game 2 of 6 in our final round of qualifying here at the Storm Sacramento Open. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at PWBA Tour and also on Facebook at facebook.com/PWBA Tour. And as can happen, Jason got pulled away momentarily. I guess when you're the boss, sometimes you have things you got to take care of.
I know. I'm not used to that. It's, I'm used to
just doing the live
video
streaming.
Yeah. But no, it's good. It's you got to stay one step ahead. That's what I'm learning quickly. You got to think about what's going to happen. You got to anticipate problems. You got to look for problems that most people just want to ignore. But I can't ignore them, because if you ignore them, you're going to have to deal with them much bigger later.
Yeah, exactly. That's correct. And we will learn from this event and make adjustments moving forward to make the event even better. I mean, it is the first event that we've run on a tour, and so everything's gone pretty well so far. I'm sure there are some minor tweaks here and there that the team will make and learn from each week, but so far so good. And we're wrapping up game number 2 of 6.
Yeah. I mean, not that anybody out there is super interested in the operations of a bowling tournament.
Yeah, I know,
but,
right?
you know, the thing that's interesting about a tour versus, you know, a one-off tournament is that, you know, we're going to walk in every week and there's going to be a whole new team of people that are helping us run the tournament, you know, in the different cities. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how those teams work together, and we're going to learn things week to week to make the events better and better. So, but again, with all the help that we've had this week with the proprietor, the general manager, and then the tournament coordinator, Brian, it's set a really high benchmark for the rest of the events this season, and it's also, you know, given us a good model to look at for the rest of the season as well that we want to shoot for.
You can follow all the action at pwba.com/live. That's where you can find our page. It's got the link to the live streaming as well as the live scoring and the results. And if you click on qualifying round 2, you'll find the results as they are in progress right now. Live scoring, you can see any of the pairs frame by frame throughout the house. Like, for example, I can see on 31 and 32, they already finished this game. Always both fast and end pairs, it seems like.
Nice spare conversion there for Brianna. She made the 6-7-10. Yeah, it's great. I mean, there's any way you want to follow the event, you can. You can watch live scoring, you can follow the standings, you can watch us on Extra Frame.
Yeah, we have to say thanks to our friends at Merrick for helping us out, getting the live scoring. They're not an official tour sponsor, but they've stepped up to help us be able to get the live scoring. I'm not sure we're going to have it every week, but that's the goal, and we're going to work on it because it is a really nice feature to have for those who want to follow the bowlers that aren't on the featured pairs. We got 223 people on live scoring right now, so
yeah,
it's one way to gauge the interest level. And our stepladder final is going to be tomorrow night, 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern. And that's the top 4 stepladder after 16 games tomorrow. It's a lot of games, really.
It's a lot of games.
12 games today, 16 tomorrow, plus a stepladder. And a Pro-Am tonight.
Yeah, and 2 practice sessions. We had one this morning and then one yesterday in the evening. A lot of bowling. You got to be in shape.
It'll be interesting to see how the bowlers themselves hold up physically over the course of the 10 weeks, considering that a lot of them have never bowled a tour like this, where they've bowled that many games consistently. It might be kind of interesting. I already saw a picture of Ashley Galante's finger was already opened up and having some problems this morning.
That's too bad.
That's tough. And she was not bowling that bad, I don't think.
Yeah, she was, I think, 51 over after just outside the number.
She shot 160 her first game on this block, so she's at plus 16.
Yeah, that's too bad.
But that's another aspect that people don't really think about, is that it's 10 straight weeks of bowling a lot of games.
Right. That's something that tour players, in the men's side and then the women's side back in the day had to deal with. What happens if I miss 4 straight cuts? What does that do to your confidence?
What does that do to your bank account?
Right. Right. And that hurts your confidence.
Sure.
So, these ladies aren't used to that. They're used to, I bowl my college tournament and I bowl bad, and then I get a few weeks or months off, and then I get to bowl another one. And this is just bang, 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 week after week after week, and you can get on a bad run pretty quickly. So.
And the good news is, from a financial standpoint, is that the cash ratio is pretty high compared to other tournaments.
It is.
We've got 80 people bowling this week, and we're giving 32 checks. we'll have about 80 next week and 32 checks. Every week it's 32 checks.
Right.
So that'll help.
We'll
as
add
well.
more if there's more than 96, but there's only.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah, there's only one stop that can accommodate more than that, unless we go to 5.
Right.
On a pair.
That would be Detroit, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And of course the U.S. Open. But
Yeah.
Right.
The U.S. Open already has a pretty beefy prize fund, I think,
Right.
as it is by itself. It certainly does make for a long day with 5 on a pair. About 9 hours worth of bowling for these ladies. I think that they were all ready for a break after the 6 games earlier today. They all seemed a little exhausted and really, I think, ready to get some fuel, get some lunch, and
yeah, from an operational standpoint, that was the priority, was to make sure they had enough time to eat, and that we made food easily available here. So that was a big deal. But the thing that we all understand as competitive bowlers is that it's not fun to bowl bad and get beat up. So you're gonna have some people with long faces at the end of the day because they had a rough time out there. But I think for the most part, these ladies want, the reason they're here in the first place is they want to be challenged, and this is the most challenging level of the sport right here.
And we'll have an exciting day tomorrow with 16 games of round-robin match play right here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That is noon Eastern. So make sure you tune in for that. And make sure you tell your friends to subscribe to Extra Frame and join us. I've heard, I know we're preaching to the choir to the people who already are subscribing and watching, but I've seen some complaints on social media from some people saying, it should be free to watch the women, and I always counter that with a response that's hard to argue with. I say, for the amount that Extra Frame costs, which if you buy it for a year, it's not much. It's $6 a month maybe. That is a small price to pay to support these women in their quest to chase their dreams. It's how you can show your support. And I have never had anybody argue with me again when I've made that point.
Yeah,
because it's really hard to argue against that. These ladies deserve your support, and and quite frankly, it's going to be great to watch. You're going to get a lot of shows, stepladder finals, over the course of the next 2 months that are going to be pretty exciting, and we're really looking forward to bringing it to you. And for those of you who are subscribers, it's going to be a real treat, I think, to be able to every Saturday night in the summer, the rest of the summer, be able to watch a stepladder final. It's going to be pretty fun, and we're going to do our best to put on a nice show for you. We'll have a camera down the lane, facing back at the bowlers, and have Jason helping out, moving the camera, trying to get some good angles and stuff on the pins. We'll try. Obviously, live streaming is not television, but we do our best for the stepladder shows to make it as good as we possibly can with the limited resources that we've got.
Yeah.
And I've actually heard from a lot of people who actually they prefer to watch live streaming stepladder finals and not have as much camera movement switching and stuff as you have on ESPN. Some people actually like that a little better. Because
I've heard that from time to time as well.
When you've got a single camera kind of stationed behind the lane, you really can get a better feel for how the lane is transitioning and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would get frustrated because I'd try to add all these bells and whistles to our live stream when I was working for Extra Frame, and they'd say, we just want the camera from behind. I'd be, what? I worked so hard to give you all these beautiful shots, and you don't even want them.
Well, the shots that are key are the reaction shots, the celebratory shots, and every once in a while it's nice to see the bowlers' faces because we don't really get to see that too much, especially in this setup. But we'll have a nice setup for the stepladder finals tomorrow night for you. And then if you want to watch any of it back, about 3 days after the shows end, we'll be uploading them to Bowl TV, our YouTube channel, at youtube.com/BowlTV.
Yeah, it's like boxing. You know, you could have paid $100 to watch the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, or you could wait a week and watch it on HBO when they re-air it.
I actually watched it live on the Periscope app.
Oh, okay.
I watched some guy in, I don't know where he was, Timbuktu.
And they didn't take him
streaming,
down?
No, they didn't take him
wow.
down. Streaming it from his phone on Periscope. The quality was not great, but, you know.
Yeah, you got to see it.
But Extra Frame is
You're
much
such a
cheaper.
cheater.
Exactly. Extra Frame is much cheaper than Pacquiao, Mayweather.
Now you just told everybody how to get Extra Frame for free. Good job.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, I heard stories that, you know, you'd get on a Periscope feed and you'd see it, and you'd get to watch like a minute of it, and they'd shut them down,
Yeah.
and then you'd have to find a new Periscope feed to watch it. And it was almost more frustrating than paying $100.
That is true.
I might have paid $100 if I didn't already have plans that night. But after watching the fight on re-air, I'm glad I didn't. Wasn't all that exciting to fight.
So I mentioned cookies earlier.
Yes.
And I already have somebody who has tweeted at me, Tiffany Morris, who's going to be at the Wichita stop. And she's already sent me a list to choose from of what kind of cookies I want for her to bring to the live streaming booth.
Wow. What are the choices?
We've got Rolo, Twix, Snickers, chocolate chip, Reese's, brownie cheesecake, Oreo cheesecake, etc. So it sounds like all of the above. Just make them all. We don't discriminate here. We'll eat every cookie.
Yeah, there's no way to pick one of those.
So, Tiffany, we now are looking more forward to the Wichita event than we already were.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Game 2 wrapping up. Got 4 more games to go.
Yeah, you're going to see right now some of the ladies are kind of packing it in a little bit because they're outside the number. So we had a couple of low scores on that pair.
And I noticed in the first round today that they hit a kind of a rough patch in the second, third game in terms of transition. It really gobbled them up, spit them out a little bit for some of them.
Yeah.
It got pretty tough in there. And then towards the end of the block, the scores went up a little bit.
It might have to do with the skipping procedure as well, because you don't follow the same group every game. So the assumptions that you make in game 1 or 2 are different when you're following a different group. And if you're not paying attention to, you know, how that group in front of you is breaking them down, you might end up with something that you're not expecting in that game.
Every game's a new adventure. Now we're ready for our third game here as we've wrapped up.
All right, Lucas, well, I have things to attend to, my friend.
You have Director of Operations things to do.
Yes.
Yeah, you must have some TPS reports
to file.
Submit to the boss.
No, those are going to come on Monday after the event's
exactly.
over. Yeah.
Probably on the plane back on
several
Sunday.
TPS reports. Yeah.
All right, Jason Thomas, thanks for sitting in, and we'll talk to you later, I'm sure.
All right.
Feel free to come over and keep me company anytime.
I will. Thank you.
We will certainly have a lot of commentary tomorrow as well during the match play. I'm going to do my best to try to track down one of these bowlers who didn't make the cut to help out tomorrow. Of course, it might be a little hard to get them here at 9 o'clock in the morning, but we'll try.
If they have to bowl at Pro-Am tonight.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, Jason, thanks for sitting in.
Thank
and
you,
we'll,
sir.
we'll see you later.
Yes.
Don't forget, live scoring, pwba.com/live. You can find the link to the live scoring as well as the results. We're in qualifying round 2 right now. And just getting started with our third game. See the high end of the bowling center here. Steve Cook's fireside lanes. You'll see Leanne Holzenberg standing in the settee area. She's going to be on the pair to our right. Since we don't have any bowling going on the featured pairs right now, figure I might as well show you something. They'll be starting in just a moment here for game number 3. Looks like Heather Yerko is going to start it off. those wondering about the lane pattern, 44 feet, 26.5 mils of oil. And you can find the specific pattern at PWBA.com if you click on tournaments and then the details page for this event. We've got the link on that page.
Who are you covering today?
We do have updated standings just coming in. After 8 games, Christina Wendell plus 289. Shot another good game. So Christina Wendell leading by 113 pins on the field. Got Jackie Carbonetto in second at plus 176. Samantha Shaden is third at plus 172. April Murphy, who's on our featured pairs for this game, at plus 123. Missy Parkin plus 117. Tania Falbo plus 115. Kimberly Power plus 112. Nicole Hiraoka at plus 104. Natalie Cortez at plus 101. 10th place is Stephanie Johnson at plus 91. Megan Kelly plus 90. Anne-Marie Dugan plus 86. Deandra Asbaty plus 77. 14th place, Brianna Caldwell plus 75. Alexis Ijams at plus 70, and Danielle Doherty at plus 54 rounds out the top 16. Cut just below the cut line is a tie at plus 53. Linda Walbaum and Lindsay Boomershine, both plus 53.
Rob the fireman right there. Put the fires out, mate. Put the fires out. I agree. I'm not moving till they're done.
So just sit like this the entire time.
He already found me. Deanna, I need to grab my stuff. Thank you. Stay still. Well, like I switched to the rocket, and the one shot was good. I ranked 10, and then the next shot at 3, 6, 9, 10. The last shot I moved right, I did better fold. Because it was like looking too sooner there. So I'm like, I feel like I'm so deep compared to everyone. My ball is close to 20 meters. But my ball is not going anywhere. I did with my hyper cell. Well, what I did is I went to the hyper cell and I went to rank 10, and then the next shot I rolled a really good 4-7, 4-7-6. Yeah, but I just ranked 10. Like I flat 10 before. No, with the hyper cell. So then I went to the rocket and
You're going to change the speed, which will make it just get softer and let it roll up.
okay.
My beast of the favorite By the way, I'm going to give you a little medicine. Doctor asked if I could take it. Still hurt, but I mean, I can do it. Must have been really inflamed, you know what I mean, where the anti-inflammatory when I watch someone go like you, filling buckets, 245. No, but you know what I'm saying. I think you're just. I don't. What's a bit? This one. I believe the way you're playing.
Soft. My thumb has changed its size so fast. I
Getting
can't.
bigger or
Bigger,
smaller?
depending on where we go, and then it's kind of.
It's cold at one end and hot at the other. Mark, yes. I didn't see you. Can we get an earlier flight? Can we go?
right, game 4 underway on our featured pairs. Our tournament leader after 8 games, Christina Wendell is on this pair now. Started off with an open, it looks like. As soon as we have updated standings after 9 games, we'll let you know. We just got finished with game number 9 a minute ago. Some of the pairs yet to get started, including one of our featured pairs, 13 and 14. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Thank you for joining us.
Is this yours? Yes.
Jackie Carbonetto also on our featured pairs this game. She's been right up near the top of the standings. Ali Ijam's up on lane 11. She was within the cut after 8 games. We'll see where she's at in the standings when they get updated. If you'd like to follow the live scoring, you can see the frame by frame for any pair in the bowling center. Go to pwba.com/live. It's also where you can find the results updated after each game. Lindsay Boomershine rolls the 2 forward for the strike. I'll have to do a score correction on that one. All right, updated standings after 9 games with 3 to go. Got Christina Wendell still in the lead at plus 280. Samantha Shaden moves up to second at plus 193. April Murphy, third place, plus 154. Missy Parkin in fourth at plus 150. Jackie Carbonetto, fifth place, plus 144. Tania Falbo, sixth at plus 133. Anne-Marie Dugan, plus 128. Deandra Asbaty, plus 122. Kim Power at plus 122. Stephanie Johnson plus 120. Alexis Ijams plus 116. Natalie Cortez at plus 115. Nicole Hirooka at plus 112. Linda Walbaum at plus 91. Megan Kelly plus 83 and Lindsay Boomershine at plus 79. That's your top 16 after 9 games. Just below the cut line is Brianna Caldwell at plus 77. Just to recap, for those of you wondering about the pattern, it is 44 feet and plays pretty long here. You can tell by just watching the ball reaction of the bowlers. Someone's got to work a little bit to get it back to the pocket, but don't miss a little bit too left because it'll go high in a hurry. Let's watch what Lindsay Boomershine does here, working on a double. Playing just right at fourth arrow on that shot. Probably needed to get a little bit further right than that. She goes through the face, leaves the 6-10. And Lindsay right on that cut line. She is the number right now with 3 games to go. At plus 79, that's a 208.78 average. Top 16 after this round make it to match play tomorrow. Split for Carbonetto. She looks a little bit unhappy after that shot. There's our tournament leader, Christina Wendell, on lane 12 with a strike. It's a double for her, a little bit of a slow start to this game. Back on track with a double in the 4th and the 5th. By the way, we have an absolutely packed bowling center right now. Pro-Am scheduled to start in a half an hour, obviously going to be late because we've got 5 on a pair here in qualifying, but it is just jam-packed here in the bowling center as Lindsay Boomershine rolls another 2-pin this game. Moving along here, 2 games to go after this game wraps up here at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open. Live on Bold TV on Extra Frame. Will be live all day tomorrow as well with round robin match play. Top 16 players will advance into the round robin. And we'll have 16 games tomorrow, the 16th game being the position round for the 4 spots in the stepladder finals, which will take place tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, right here live on Bold TV on Extra Frame. Amanda Green looking to continue her string. Look at that, great shot. From the great young bowlers out here on the PWBA Tour. Strike, spare, 5-bagger for Green here in game 4 of the second round. Amanda sitting at minus 67 coming into this game. She could shoot 269 if she strikes out, which would put her at +2, which really might keep her hopes alive going in the last couple of games. She would need to put together a couple of more big games to close it out to make the cut, but not out of the realm of possibility. And definitely not out of the realm of possibility for Amanda to get a check. Because the top 32 get a check, the top 16 advance. Wrapping up game number 4, so 2 games left. Bowling at a pretty quick pace on this squad, a little faster than they did this morning. On some of the pairs, at least. Some pairs already done with game 4. And we're moving right along here, 10th frame of game 4 on our featured pairs. Shershine with a split in the 10th. It's a 3-6-7-10. Could have been a big game for her if she'd have struck out. Could have got to 247 instead. Looking at a max, if she makes it, of 223. Still be a good game for Lindsay. She's right at the cut number, plus 79, going into the last 3 games. See if she makes a run at the split. Doesn't look like it. Gets 2 and shoots 209. So that's right at her average for the tournament. So she's not really going to move the needle too much with that game. Doesn't hurt herself too much either, though. Big 10th frame for Amanda Green, as well as Christina Wendell. Wendell getting ready to bowl over on lane 11, our tournament leader. Probably bowling her lowest game of the blocks right now. Look at the messenger, takes out the 10. They're gonna have to do a score correction. Amanda Green now can strike out for 269, trying to keep her hopes alive to make the cut. If she could shoot 269 here, that put her right at about even, and still have a chance if she could bowl probably, let's say, a couple of 250 games. She'd have a chance to make the cut. Easier said than done, of course, but Amanda at least giving herself a chance with a couple of games to go. See if Christina can strike again. This will get her into plus territory. This time she leaves the 10. No messenger to come across. And she'll be at 194. Amanda Green goes high, leaves the 4-pin. She'll be at 258 with the spare. Two more games left here in qualifying at the Storm Sacramento Open. You can follow the live scoring and the results at pwba.com/live.
You should be able to go with that red ball or the black ball. But I wouldn't go yet. See it really short right here. We went through the pins coach. I mean, I would just because you're going where the hook is. How you doing so far? All right. We're hanging in there. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Blowing up my phone. Did he type a big post? Or just the dream come true? Yeah, that's it. I'm sure he'll post a big one. He said something sweet in his text.
You get a job promotion or something?
No, we won the team event at USBC. The last team squad was so it became official. You know, Pat.
For
My team won.
where was it?
El Paso, Texas, USBC Nationals.
Congrats.
Thank you.
You done? First 15 would be done. And I will. Yeah.
Sorry,
Do that.
You remember which ones it is?
Yes, sir.
Victoria comeback. Just the usual. So on this. What you start this block at though? Come on. Do the Maria. Thank you.
Game 5 underway on both pairs here. Second frame wrapping up on 13 and 14, headed into the fourth frame on 11 and 12. We're live at the Storm Sacramento Open. Bold TV on Extra Frame. Still have one more game to go after this one ends before we wrap up qualifying. In the event of a tie for the last spot, that roll-off would be tonight. One game roll-off after we finish up qualifying. Top 16 advance. 16 games of round-robin match play starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Do have updated standings after 10 games. So with 2 to go, Christina Wendell still in the lead, but only by 3 pins now. Wendell at plus 274. Samantha Shaden has moved up to plus 271. Tania Fowlo, third place, plus 179. Missy Parkin and Anne-Marie Dugan tied in fourth at plus 163. Natalie Cortez plus 161. Stephanie Johnson plus 157. April Murphy plus 155, Jackie Carbonetto plus 149, Brianna Caldwell plus 125, Kimberly Power plus 124, Nicole Hiroka at plus 119, Megan Kelly plus 109, Melinda Walbaum at plus 94, Deandra Asbaty plus 90, and Rocio Restrepo plus 89. Lindsay Boomershine drops out of the top 16 and into 17th place at plus 88. (32nd place, which is Last Cash, sitting at minus 20 currently. Got a few bowlers out there right now who've got some strings of strikes to start game 5. Kim Power off to the right of our featured pair as the front 6. Deandra Asbaty down on lane 30 has the front 5 and getting ready to bowl in the 6th right now, and she did strike, so Deandra Asbaty on 29 and 30 with the front 6. And 16 is where Kim Power is. Also have a front 5 on lane 20. Not sure who it is just yet. Waiting for the name to show up on the scoreboard. I can't quite see from here. Looks like it's Sarah Loker with the front 5 on lane 20. And Sarah did not strike. She left a 2-pin. So you can cross lane 20 off the list of pairs where we could have our first 300 game of the tournament. You might sneak a peek of Kim Power on the far right side of your screen in just a minute. She's going to be on lane 15. You'll at least be able to see the ball go down the lane. She has the front 6 right now. Deandra down on 30 is up right now with the front 6, and it looks like from her body language that she struck again. So Deandra Asbaty with the front 7 on lane 30. There's Kim Power's ball going down the lane, and she gets a strike and now has the front 7. Once again, you can follow the live scoring at pwba.com/live. If you'd like to see the frame-by-frame for any pair in the house. Good pair to follow right now is 29 and 30, where Deandra Asbaty has the front 7. Also on 15 and 16, Kim Power has the front 7 as well. Keep an eye on those pairs. Obviously, 29-30, a little bit too far away from us here, but if Kim takes it to the 10th frame on lane 15, we'll be able to show it to you here live on Extra Frame. Power leaves a 10 pin to ends her run at 7 strikes. Deandra Asbaty down on lane 30. Looks like Deandra is up right now. Yep, Deandra on the approach. And I think she struck again. Yes, she did. Front 8 for Asbaty down on lane 30. So we've got our chance. 2 frames to go for our first 300 game of the tournament. Obviously, we can't show it to you live here on Extra Frame because it's too far away, but I can certainly run down there with my camera and take a video of it, get it up on our up on our Facebook and Twitter accounts. And 30, definitely the pair to watch on the live scoring right now at pwba.com/live. Looks like Deandra is about to bowl her 9th frame. She's got the ball in her hand. She's waiting for her turn. Keep you updated on what Asbaty does. Asbaty just let the ball go. Looks like another strike. Yep, front 9 for Deandra Asbaty, so I'm going to run down there and check it out. And we'll let you know what happens here in just a minute. Well, unfortunately, Deandra got 7. She pitched it a little bit right, and it never quite got back to the pocket, and she left a 2-4-5. Well, there's a huge crowd in here right now because the Pro-Am is coming up right after we're done. And they really were itching for a 300 game, but not to be here in Game 5. One more game to go to try to get there for these fans. Was really hoping we'd have our first 300. Deandra ends up with 276. Nice finish for Natalie Cortez, 190. She throws the last four. Could have been a disaster game for her, but she saves it. She was in 6th place coming into this game. She may lose a little bit of ground, but could have been far more damaging had she not struck out. Getting ready to start our final game of qualifying here at the Storm Sacramento Open.
It's so hard for you to carry a heavier
Final game underway. Last chance for these ladies to make a run at the cut number or the cash number. Top 16 advance, top 32 get a check. Waiting on the update of the standings, which should be coming soon, I would think. The all-important update going into the last game. All right, we have updated standings. Christina Wendell at plus 319 is your leader. Samantha Shaden at plus 251 is second. Tania Falbo at plus 193 third. Stephanie Johnson plus 183. Kim Power at plus 180. Deandra Asbaty makes a big move up the standings with that 276 game to plus 166, where she is in a three-way tie with Missy Parkin and Anne-Marie Dugan. Ninth place, April Murphy at plus 163. Natalie Cortez at plus 151. 11th place, Nicole Hiroka at plus 145. Rocio Restrepo plus 131. Megan Kelly plus 130. Linda Walbaum at plus 116. Alicia Current plus 113. And we have a tie right now for 16th place. Brianna Caldwell and Jackie Carbonetto at plus 112. By the way, the cut number jumped a huge amount after that last game. 23 pins it went up, which is about 10 to 13 more than it had been going up each game. So the cut number now at 210.18 average. Carrie Smith at plus 104. Maria Rodriguez at plus 93. Robin Renslow plus 83. Lindsay Boomersheim plus 80. And Lily Roble Mexico plus 77. She's on our featured pairs this game. Find the standings at pwba.com/live.
Count the amount of seats over every time you set the seat.
Looks like our tournament leader, Christina Wendell, has the front six now on lane 21. So that's a pair to keep an eye on, as Wendell will almost certainly lead qualifying heading into match play tomorrow. But scores are pretty close, and 16 games of match play is a lot of pins out there, along with bonus pins. So any of the top 16 who advance will have a chance to make the show. Top 4 make the show tomorrow night. And we'll have it live for you here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. It's our final game, just a couple of frames to go here as we wind down qualifying and finalize our top 16 field for match play tomorrow. Get back underway at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, noon Eastern. Just a couple of frames to go here as we wind down qualifying. We'll have the cut number coming up in a little bit. Once everybody finishes up and they're able to verify the scores. I can tell you one thing, and that is that Christina Wendell is going to be the top qualifier today. Carrie Smith, who was in 18th place, just outside of the cut number by 8 pins, just doubled in the 10th, and she's going to be at 258 this game. She strikes on the fill. That very well may be enough to get her in. I'd be surprised if it doesn't put her in the number. The question is, who's going to come out of the cut as a result of that? All right, that's going to do it for qualifying on the featured pairs. We'll keep you updated, of course, on the final standings and who made it into match play. Keep an eye on our PWBA Facebook and Twitter accounts. We'll get the update out as soon as we have it. And we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time for the start of match play at the PWBA Storm Sacramento Open.